Hello, Shubh, are you there? Shubh,
Yes,
are you
sir.
there?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Acha, okay. At what time we are expecting to start this session?
Uh, we'll start at 10:10.
Okay, but you will be starting, na?
Oh, yes, I
You
will
will
be
be giving the
starting.
introduction.
Yes, I'll be doing the introduction part.
Hmm.
And I will be doing a small 5 question quiz as well in the introduction.
Acha,
So it
ठीक
will
है,
take
ठीक है.
5 to 7 minutes. All right. And then
So
you can take
you
over
can
from there.
take your time, you know.
Yes.
But uh, oh, at 10 o'clock you can inform in the chat box and as well as in the those who are joined. We will be starting by 10:10, so
Yes,
that
yes,
they
exactly.
will also feel not you know. Uh,
Yeah, yeah. I'll be doing that. Yes.
okay, okay, ठीक है.
Yes. Okay. Welcome, Jatin. Welcome to this session. Good morning, Robin. Welcome to this session. Welcome everyone. Welcome to this session. We will be starting this session by 10:10. Till then, I have shared the link to our social media platforms. You can go through our social media platforms. I've shared the link in the chat box. Uh, and even our meetup communities as well. Thank you. Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session. We are waiting for participants to join. We'll start the session in next 5 minutes. Till then, you can go through our social media platforms. I've shared the link in the chat box. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter. I am hosting this session, Ravi. Hello, Makaran sir, can you just please confirm if I'm audible clearly?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So, hello and welcome everyone. I'm Shubh Parmar, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. So, the topic for today is AZ-204 Develop Solutions for Microsoft Azure. Uh, this webinar is hosted by the ATC community, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, IoT, open source development, and DevOps. So today's event is sponsored by Synergetics. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solutions provider in India offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tools and knowledge to succeed. These are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics, which is persona based onboarding, onboarding add on, certification add on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales pre sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. This is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with the fundamental certification, then advances to advanced role based certification, and finally to expert level certifications. We run communities on Meetup. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. Also, we have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, and Indore. Those who are interested to join this community, please log in to Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. We are thrilled to have Mr. Makaran Boyer as our today's speaker. He's a certified Microsoft trainer and a consultant at Synergetics. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in AI and cloud technologies. The agenda for this webinar is Introduction to Azure Development, Building Cloud Applications, Integrating Azure Services, Securing and Monitoring Solutions, DevOps and Deployment. This is the 7 hours of learning plan, which includes 1 day webinar, self learning plan, mentoring and exam prep sessions, and knowledge assessments. If you want to know more, please connect with us. Also, we are providing a complimentary learning achievement badge for AZ-204, which includes an overview of the module topics which are related to this webinar. You can share this badge on your LinkedIn profile as well. To get the badge activated, you just need to follow certain steps you can see on the screen, and you can redeem your badges. Also, the link will be shared in the chat box for this badge link. You have to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Please note participants are not allowed to take screenshot of the presentation and cannot do screen recording. The recordings will be available for you by Monday on our YouTube channel, so you can access it there. I would like to take a moment to share some information about the certification workshops we conduct at Synergetics. These webinars you have been attending are designed to give you a brief overview and summary of the full course content. However, the actual certification training programs for this course is run over 4 days. and we are currently offering them at a special discounted rate exclusively for webinar attendees. On my screen, you can see the list of in-demand certification courses we are currently focusing on. For more details or to register, feel free to contact one of my colleague, Mr. Vivek Balasundaram. I'll share his contact number and email in the chat box. For more paid in courses in detail, you connect with him. I'll share his contact details in the chat box. All right, everyone, it's time for a quick quiz to make our session a little more interactive and fun. Um, we have 5 questions lined up, and each one will test your knowledge of today's topic. Uh, don't worry, it's all about learning. So think of this as a chance to check how much you have picked up already. So first question is, just drop your answers in the chat box. Um, I'll give you a minute, and then I'll tell you the answer here itself. So just drop your answers in the chat box. Which Azure service is best suited for hosting REST APIs in a serverless environment? Right, quick guys. You can say 33 participants, but hardly 8 or 9 of them have answered. That's it. Anyone left who wants to answer this? Just drop your answer in the chat box. Yes, I'll answer A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. You guys have been doing good. We'll switch to the next question. Which authentication method is recommended for securing Azure App Service applications? Quickly, guys, drop your answers for question number 2. It's username and password stored in code, Azure Active Directory, SQL authentication, or API keys only. Quickly drop your answers. I can see very few of them answering. Okay, so the answer for question number 2 is answer number B, Azure Active Directory. I can see most of you have answered correctly. Yes, it's answer number B, Azure Active Directory, Azure AD. Go to the next question. What is the primary benefit of using Azure Key Vault in your solution? Quickly drop your answers, guys. What is the primary benefit of using Azure Key Vault in your solution? Good going, guys. Good going. Yes, so answer for this question is option C, securely managing secrets, keys, and certificates. Everyone has given a correct answer. That's really great. Switch to the next question. You need to deploy and manage containerized applications at scale. Which Azure service should you choose? Clear drop your answers, guys, for this question. 4 options: Azure Functions, Azure Logic Apps, Azure Kubernetes Services, Azure Batch. Everyone, quickly drop your answers. Yes, option C is the correct answer, Azure Kubernetes Service. Jump to the next question. This is the last question. Which of the following is true about Azure DevOps pipelines? Quickly drop your answers, guys. Option A, B, C, or D. Used only for monitoring applications. B, helping in automating build test and deployment. Or can only be used with Azure hosted apps. Or option D, requires manual deployments every time. Come on, guys, quickly drop your answers. I can see very few of them answering. Yes, option B is the correct answer, helping in automating build, test, and deployment. Well, thank you for answering this quiz. So do follow us on our social media platforms to get relevant updates on upcoming webinars, workshops, and the certifications training we do. Also, I've shared the link in the chat box to our social media platforms. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to me. I hope everyone enjoyed the quiz. Uh, I hope it was fun. So now we'll hand over the mic to our speaker. Uh, Thank you, Makaran. So you can take over from here.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Sure. Or wonderful introduction. So good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible to you.
Yes, sir, you are audible clearly.
Yeah, thank you. So welcome to this session on AZ-204. So before we get into the topic, let me introduce formally myself to you. My name is Makarand Bhoir, and I'm having around 19 plus years of teaching and development experience. I'm Microsoft certified trainer, MCT, as well as I'm AAI, AWS authorized instructor also. So I've completed my AZ-400 certificate, AZ-204 and AZ-104 certification. So which is AZ-400, Azure DevOps Engineer, AZ-204, Azure Developer, 104, Azure Administrator, and also I've completed AZ-900 also, which is an Azure fundamental course. So apart from conducting a trainings into cloud technologies, I have basically from starting, I've started my career as a Java trainer. So I'm conducting trainings in Java J2E technology as well as open source technologies also. So this is the quick introduction from my side. So I have planned this session. I will not run through any kind of slide. So we will just try and make this session completely hands-on based. So I'll just try and explain few concepts from the certification exam, AZ-204 exam, and now there are a couple of concepts we will see, but we will see those concepts, practically also. Okay, so let's start with the session. Good morning, Imtiaz. So I'll share my screen and you just let me know by giving a thumbs up if it is visible or not. Is it visible, guys? My screen where I have displayed portal.azure.com. So basically
Yes,
Azure
sir.
portal I have opened.
Your screen is visible, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, Ardesha. Good morning, everyone. So we are going to learn over here AZ-204. So I'll just give you a quick introduction to AZ-204. Just a sec. Just I hope you are able to see a white screen in front of you. You can give me a thumbs up, guys. Are you able to give the any kind of a reaction? Yeah. So I can't see any thumbs up or any reaction. Yeah, okay, I can see the chat, but I can't see any reaction. Okay, so Ravi has raised the hand. Okay, so you can give a thumbs up. So beside the raise button, there is a react button. So you can just click on that react and you can give a thumbs up. Whenever I ask you to give a thumbs up. Okay, so let us see first our certification journey. You know, so you should start your certification journey. And if you want to be certified professional in the Azure, so you have to complete one certification, and I will recommend you to finish this certification, though it is not compulsory, but it is highly recommended. So which is AZ-900 certification. So AZ-900 certification is Azure fundamental certification. So this is Azure fundamental certification. And once you complete Azure fundamental certificate, you will get a single star certificate. So you're going to get a single star certificate indicating, this is a fundamental level certificate. So why it is necessary to give AZ-900 certificate, so that you will get complete overview about the cloud, Azure cloud. So during that examination, it will be tested, all the services. So conceptually, whether you are knowing all the services or not. Okay. So the focus will be on that. The focus won't be on the in detail implementation. So focus will be overview of knowledge of all the services which are there in the Azure. So I will highly recommend you to, if you get the chance to give this certification, AZ-900 certification, you should give this certification. And once you clear this certification, there is no expiry date for this AZ-900 certification. So it is lifetime certificate. So once you clear that certificate, it will be valid for life. So there is no expiry for this certificate. Okay. So next, once you clear AZ-900, the next certification, since you are attending this session, so I hope everybody are a developer. If you are not a developer, that's not an issue. But I'm assuming that everybody a developer, and the next certificate, they will be planning, or they should plan for AZ-204, which is an associate level certificate. So which is AZ-204. So once you complete this certificate, you will be getting Azure Developer certificate. And this is an intermediate level certificate. So you will be getting 2-star certificate. So indicating this is intermediate level certificate. Okay. And the day when you complete this certificate, you will be getting the certification from the Microsoft within 24 hours. Okay. And the day you get that certificate, the validity of the certificate is 1 year. So every year you will have to renew this certificate. So validity of this is going to be 1 year. Okay. Renewal certificate, you don't have to pay anything. Renewal certificate is completely free. Okay. But initially, to gain this certificate, you'll have to pay, of course. Okay. And renewal certificate, you can refer open book also. And you can give unlimited attempt. Okay. Renewal is completely free and you can give unlimited attempt. But you should renew that certificate before it get expired, because once it get expired, you will have to regain the certificate by paying the certification amount. So once you get certificate, make sure you renew it within the time, otherwise it will get expired. And if it get expired, you will have to again pay the amount and gain the certificate. So the validity for this is 1 year. Okay. And this is an intermediate level certificate. And once you clear that intermediate level certificate, then you can go for expert level certificate, which is in this certification journey. This is the logical, for you, which is AZ-400. So AZ-400, it is an expert level certificate for Azure DevOps engineer. So once you complete this certificate, you will be getting an certification or certificate from Microsoft, which is Azure DevOps engineer. And this is going to be expert level certificate. So you will be getting 3-star certificate. Okay. So it should come from 204. So from 204, if you come, you can give 400. And again, the validity is 1 year. And same, you have to validate or you have to renew this certification within the time, because once this certificate goes, expire, we'll have to regain that certificate by paying the amount. Okay. Now, there is no prerequisite for completing this 204. There is absolutely no prerequisite. You can give this AZ-204 as your first, Microsoft certificate. That is also possible. You can give. It is not compulsory that AZ-900, need to be completed before we give AZ-204. No. So AZ-900, as I said, it is optional certificate. So it's an optional certificate. So you can give this 204, as your first certificate exam, but there is a prerequisite for AZ-400 certification. So you should be Azure developer or any kind of intermediate certificate you require, any kind of associate level certificate you require to be a AZ-400. So you should be Azure developer to become Azure DevOps engineer. You can't be a directly, become Azure DevOps engineer. So there is a prerequisite for this. So you should be completing the 204 before you come to this exam. Okay. By the way, you can give this examination, okay, as a first examination. I will not recommend you, but if somebody feels that somebody has a requirement, their project requirement, they can give. Okay, but in case they are clearing this certification, they will be not getting a certificate from Microsoft, Azure DevOps Engineer certificate from Microsoft, unless you complete the prerequisite. And the day when you complete the prerequisite, you will get the both certificate, Azure Developer as well as Azure DevOps Engineer. Got it? So give me a thumbs up, if it is clear to you. Can I see some thumbs up? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Ganesh. Thank you, Imtiaz. I'll just create a folder over here with today's date. So today is 13 September. And I'll create a CV. CV stands for concept visualization. That's a term we follow in Synergetics. So whatever be the concept, we will draw a visual and we will try and explain that concept through the visual. That is concept visualization. Okay, so let me take a few questions. Yeah, so there is a question from Umakant. So certification cost. So it's about 4,800 rupees. Is actual certification cost without tax, including tax. It will come somewhere around 5,300, 5,400 some. Okay. So by the way, I will just show you the online page. I'll just give you the link, certification exam page link. So this is the page you should refer. If you plan to give AZ-204 certification at any time, so this page will has the updated course material, updated course syllabus. Because cloud is getting updated, or sorry, the Microsoft Azure is getting updated every course regularly. So you should keep an eye on this page before you attempt the exam, AZ-204 exam. So if you scroll down, so you will be getting entire course curriculum. So this is where you will be getting the material to prepare for the examination. So this is the self-paced material you have to follow. And if you go down below, there are few practice questions also. You can take it freely. But of course, you need a account, Microsoft account. Okay, so you can give a practice test also, practice assessment also. Okay, and if you give this exam first time, then I will recommend you to see this exam sandbox. So exam sandbox will give you a kind of a simulation where you will get the actual feel of the exam. So when you start the exam, how the interface will look like. So exact same kind of a look and feel you will get. So how the questions will appear in the exam. There will be MCQ questions, or there will be a drag drop question. There will be answer you'll have to select from the drop down list. So those kind of a question you will see in the sandbox. But of course, this will have a dummy question, but you will get the look and feel about the interface. So I'll just click on this, open the sandbox. So if you look at this sandbox, so this is how exactly you're going to see the interface. So this is how you will see the interface. So here they will be given what is the time, exam time. Okay, there are total number of questions, total number of case studies, and number of labs also. You know. So I will highly recommend you to check this if you're giving this exam for first time, or if you have cleared any one of the examination of Microsoft, then also one time look. So you should look at this at least once. That is what. I'll just go back. Now this is where we were at here, exam sandbox page. So everything you will get on that same exam page. So we were here. There are few recorded videos, exam prep videos. So you are having few learning path. So what are the important material or important topic you should focus on? So all those instruction are given inside this exam prep videos. So there are 5 learning path. So for every learning path, you have one video. Okay, and this is the way. This is the page you will schedule the exam. So you can schedule the exam right from here. So I can schedule the exam, and of course, we have to select our country. So I'm going to select my country, India, and it is somewhere around 4,865. Okay, and if you include the taxes, it will come somewhere around 5,400, 5,500 rupees. Okay, so I can give the exam right from my home, or you can choose any one of the Promatrix center, which is near to you. So, but if I plan to schedule this exam from home, so I should have a room, a separate room, and there should not be nobody should enter that in that room during the exam. And there will be a proctor constantly sitting and constantly monitoring you. That proctor will monitor you constantly. Okay, so you can't read out the questions loudly. You have to okay, just read it in your mind only. You can't read out the question loudly. So that kind of monitoring will happen if you're giving this exam from the home. So you can schedule. You have an option of scheduling the exam at home or at the Promatrix center. Okay, and once you get the certificate, you can renew the certificate. So you're having 1 year of validity. So the renewal will start. Renewal window will start. Before the 6 month of expiry. So you get 6 months to renew your exam. So if you renew that exam within the time, your certification will be extended for 1 more year. Okay. But if it is get expire, you will have to pay this amount once again and regain the certificate. So look at this. This is the very important page. I'll share that page for the benefit of other people who have joined late. So you should look at this page. This page is important. This page is having everything which you need for this certification exam. Got it? So I'll go through some questions. Yeah, Praful. Okay, so we were we have given an introduction. So we were talking about the certification journey. So that is only you have. RC is saying something. Enterprise DevOps in market without any user certification and draft roadmap for largest client implemented on the top. Okay, good. It's very good, Basu. Thank you. Thank you so much for attending this. Okay. Now I would like to know your email addresses. But why I'm requesting you your email address, I'll tell you. Because we are going to do a practical and we will see the concept using a practical only, and I will do a practical in my subscription. So if you want to create any resource in the Azure, you have to have a you have to have a subscription with you. Without a subscription, you can't go and create any resource. So what is the need of that subscription? So I'll just tell you that what is the need of that subscription. So once you have a subscription, you will be able to create the resource. So you can think of this subscription. So there is a user, so you can think of, or I'll tell you first. So subscription is what you require to create some resources in the Azure. Okay, so once you have a subscription, you can create some resources. And which are the resources? Resources such as you can go and create the resource group. So it is allowed to create a resource group, and a resource group will be placed under the subscription. Once you create a resource group, under the resource group, I can store my resources, and I can create a resources such as I can create an app service, I can create a function app, I can create a database, I can create a storage account, I can create the resource called as AKS. All the resources I can create if I have a subscription. So for example, I can create app service. It is possible for you to create app service, provided that you should have a subscription. You can go and create a storage account. You can go and create a database. So let's assume that this is your app service. This is your storage account. And this is your database. So might be a SQL database. So all these resources I can go and create, but only thing I should have a subscription. And when I go and have a subscription, I'll tell you. So when we have a subscription with us, what we can do? So I'll tell you that conceptually. So when you have a subscription, I can, log in into portal.azure.com. So portal.azure.com is the portal. I can go and get all the cloud related resources. So portal.azure.com. You can see this. Okay, you can go and access portal.azure.com. So I can able to access portal.azure.com, and I will be able to, once I logged into the portal.com, if I have a subscription, so I'll be getting that subscription over here. So let's assume that this is my subscription. So let's assume this is my subscription. Okay. So this is whose subscription? My as in this is a Makran subscription. Let's suppose that. So this is Makran's subscription. Okay. So there is one user. User is called as Makran, who is the owner of this subscription. You remember, please, who is the owner of this subscription? So who is the owner? Makrand is acting as owner. So you can think like this user is owner of that subscription. So you can think like this. So this is the Makrand user, and Makrand is acting as a owner of this subscription. So Makrand user can go and create any resources inside this subscription. And why Makrand has received this subscription? Because Makrand is the Microsoft certified trainer. So as a MCT, one of the benefit of a MCT, we will get I will get a few credits monthly basis. So as a MCT, I'm getting few free credits on monthly basis. So you can see this user as a owner of this subscription. So I'll just call this as a owner of this subscription. So let me just go and have. Now, this Makarand information will be stored. There is concept, something called as intra ID. So this is Azure concept, and the Azure concept, intra ID concept is, the knowledge of intra ID is required for any kind of a certification in the Azure. So no matter you are planning to give a AZ-204 certificate, AZ-104 certificate, AZ-400 certificate, the knowledge of intra ID is important. So there is something called as a intra ID. What is that intra ID going to do? Intra ID will maintain the identity of users and applications. So you can think of this is the intra ID. So intra ID is going to maintain the identity of user and the application. So user and the cloud application, it will just go and hold the identity. So this is going to maintain identity. So when you go and maintain a user identity, so how it maintains a user identity? So I'll just go and mention a point saying that it maintains an identity. So for example, it maintains an identity of a user. So it will go and maintain a user principal for user. Okay, and for application, it will just go and maintain service principal. Okay. So there is an enter ID instance, and inside that enter ID, my details are present, and I am acting as the global administrator of my enter ID. So I'm acting as the global administrator of my enter ID. So over here, since I'm the owner, I will be acting as the global administrator of the enter ID. Now, for example, there are few users, so users such as, I can see some of the people have given the email ID. So users such as Ravi, Samuel, Rajiv, So for example, I will be, there are few users such as, Ravi, okay, and users such as Samuel, So what I'll do, if I want this people to go and have the access of my subscription, so what I go and do, so I will go and add, probably Ravi's email ID into my, enter ID. I will go and add the Samuel email ID, into my enter ID. So once I go and have that enter ID available inside this, okay, then they will be able to access at least the portal.azure.com. So this is Ravi's. I'll just mention this as Ravi. And here you're having Samuel. Okay, so you'll be able to access at least portal.azure.com, but you won't have access of a subscription. So to get access of a subscription, as a owner of that subscription, I should go and give the some permission. So I will be giving initially you people probably a reader permission. So I will be giving a reader permission. So who is responsible for giving that reader permission? Okay, so I am acting as the owner of that subscription. So owner can give the any kind of a suitable permission, to the other users. So I will be giving a reader permission or reader role to the people like Ravi, Samuel, and other people. So once I go and provide a reader role on my subscription, then they should be able to access whatever there inside my subscription. But of course, they can't create a new resource because they don't have a right kind of a permission. They can't delete an existing resource. They can't update and modify an existing resource, because they are having only a reader permission, reader access. So you're getting it. So as a Makrand user, I'm acting as a owner of my subscription, and I'm acting as the global administrator for my own enter ID. If I want anybody else to access my subscription, very first thing I'll do, add their detail inside my enter ID and then give an appropriate permission on my subscription to these users. Okay. Now, just give me a thumbs up if it is clear. If you're not having clarity, just write that question in the chat box. Yeah, thank you so much, Imtiaz. I can see thumbs up from the Imtiaz. So can I have a thumbs up from other people also? If it is clear, or else, uh, can you just write down in the chat box? Yeah, thank you so much, Chetan. Okay. So remember that enter ID maintains the identity to the user. So when I go and add a user inside this, so Ravi will get a user principal. When I go and add this user into this enter ID, that Samuel will get the enter ID. Sorry, Samuel will get user principal. Like that, it is possible to add the application also. There is a separate process called as application registration through which we can get the service principal. You know. Okay. There is a question from Sopan. Can we use all the services after giving permission by global administrator? Yes, of course. Okay, you can use appropriate permission, or you can use appropriate service depending on the permission. So for example, I have given these user as the contributor permission. So as a contributor, I can go and create any kind of a resource in the Azure. I can delete any resource. So I can do whatever things I can do. Okay. But there is one thing. So if you are already having a 5 virtual machine in my subscription. So I'm talking about my subscription. So I'm having in my subscription some quota. So for example, beyond 5 VMs, you can't create any virtual machine. So if I'm reaching that quota, despite of having the permission, the user will not be able to create that particular resource. So if you ignore that point, they can create the any resource. So to answer Chopin, yes, we can. We can do. Okay. Then there is a next question from Robin. Is it mandatory to use intra ID? Can we have an existing IDP? Okay. Or external IDP? Yes. So you can have external IDP. Though, for example, I can just go and provide integration between Azure Intra ID and my AWS this thing IAM, identity and management, access management. So the user might present inside IAM. So user might be from IAM user, and if I configure that accordingly, then IAM user can able to access the uh, Azure resources also. So yes, Robin, it is also possible. Yes. Okay. So now I'll just add, you guys as the in my subscription. So I'll take the email address from Umakant, Ravi, Imtiaz, Chetan is given this email ID. So anybody else who want to share the email ID, so please share it right away because I will be adding. Anybody I have missed? Okay. Don't share the duplicate email ID, otherwise it will be a problem for you. Okay. So there are 13 people who have shared the email ID. So I will add these 13 people into my intra ID. Yeah. So, so can you see this? There is the portal.azure.com is the website I have just opened. Okay. And you can see this search box, so you'll be able to search any resource you need. You can search for that resource by clicking on the search button, or you can just click on this three horizontal bar, and you can just go and come to this all services. So if you click on this all services, you will be able to see all the services. So these are the category of service you can go and create, and in every category, all these are the actual resource that we can create. So once I give a permission, you can explore. You will be at least able to explore this. So you'll be getting the similar kind of interface once I add you people in my Entra ID. So very first thing, I should go and search for Entra ID. By the way, I can do that from here also. There is identity services, and there's something called as Microsoft Entra ID. Okay, and I can do that by searching that Microsoft Entra ID from here also. So I'll search for Entra ID, Microsoft Entra ID. Okay, so can you see? I can search for Microsoft Entra ID, and this is the name of my tenant. You can think tenant as probably the instance of the Entra ID. The Entra ID earlier name was Active Directory. So you can think tenant is acting as an instance of the Active Directory. So currently I'm using a primary directory. But by the way, if you look at, I'm having, so currently I'm inside the primary directory. So if I want to switch, into any other directory, so you can see this. So this is my current directory. Can you see? Primary directory is my current directory. But for my other trainings, so I've just created a lot of other directory. So I can also go and switch to other directory, but I don't want to switch it to another directory. I'll stick to the primary directory. So my current directory is a primary directory. So whatever user I will be adding now, so I will be adding dot user to the primary directory. So currently I'm having 2 users in the primary directory. Okay, there are 3 groups I have created. So in order to create a users, I can just go and add user, and I can create user. Okay, or I can invite user. So in this case, I do have email address. So you have provided me an email address. So in order to create you guys as a user inside my Intra ID, I have to invite you because you are already having an identity, which will provide by Gmail or Outlook or Live. So identity is already there, which is provided by the appropriate vendor. So we'll have to invite you so that it will also provide identity from primary directory. So I will invite user. So I'll just click on this invite user. Okay. But if I click on this invite user, I have to invite, uh, all the user individually like this. So there are 13 to 15 people have provided the email address. So I have to repeat this process 15 number of times. I don't want to do that. So there is one option to bulk invite. So if you go into manage, if you go and click on this user, okay, there's something called as a bulk invite option. You see bulk operation, and under bulk operation, there is an option called as bulk invite. So that option I'm going to use to bulk invite all the users. So which will download one CSV file, and in that CSV file, I have to provide the email ID of the user. So I'll just take that CSV file. Okay, so I'll take this CSV file over here in my today's folder, and let me open it. So let me open it in Excel. Okay, and once you open it in Excel, so this is where I should enter the email ID of the person. So let me take now the email ID from the person. So there are 3 more people who have provided the email ID. So I'll add them also. 4 more people. So 16 people email ID and this. So I'll be adding all the 16 people. Okay. So now what will happen once I go and bulk invite? So every user which is mentioned over here, they will get a invite link. And once you receive an invite link, you will be you will be doing a self registration process. And after that self registration process is complete, once that self registration process is complete, you will be redirected to this page. So I want you people to redirect to www. https portal.azure.com. So this page I want you people to redirect once the registration is completed. So for all the people, everybody will redirect to the same. Now you will be getting an invite. Yes, I want to send an invite, and in that invite you will be getting this message. So welcome to Makran's organization. So that's the message you will get in the email. Okay, so I'm saving this, and let me upload from this particular folder location. So I will just go and there's a bulk invite user. I've clicked, I've got that bulk invite page from here. So I should upload that CSV file. Just I have modified so that I will upload it from here. So I'll just go and specify my location, folder location, and I upload. So my file is uploaded. And once my file is uploaded, I can submit it. And once I submit it, I will be able to see all those users over here. And once you see all the user present over here, you will get an email. And once you receive that email, you will have to accept that email. Once you accept the email, it will be, a self-registration process. It will do some kind of a self-registration process. And once that process is completed, you will be redirected to the portal.azure.com. Okay, so adding bulk user in a progress. So this will finish in few seconds. And my bulk operation is successful. Can you see this? Bulk operation is successful. And now I can come here and refresh my page, and I can see all the users right here. So all user, so for example, this Adarsha. Okay, so Adarsha user is having an user principal. So everybody will get the user principal. So this is an identity I was talking about. The user will get, an identity as my email ID also. But this is Azure specific identity like that. So they will be getting the identity which is respect to the Gmail or live account. Now you should have received that email ID, and once you receive the email ID, you can accept that email ID, and you will be doing a self-registration process. And once you do a self-registration process, you will be redirected to this page, portal.azure.com. Okay, so once you redirect to the portal.azure.com, you won't be able to see this. So you will be initially will be seeing like this only. So if I just go to the so initially you will see this kind of an interface. So you will see some kind of a lock screen like this. So I'll just wait over here. You to give me a confirmation. Are you getting this kind of a screen? So you should get this kind of a screen. If you have any doubts, you can ask me in a chat. I will resolve that. I will help you. So I'll repeat. You should have received an invite from my side. So the people who have given me an email ID, 16 people. So 16 people I have added in my intra ID. Okay. And all those 16 people should have received an invite from my side. If you don't see invite in the inbox, you can just check your spam email. Okay. Yeah. So once you're able to log in, you will see like this, this kind of a screen. So Umakant is confirming. Umakant is able to log in. And you have to make sure here on the top right corner, here you should make sure here you should be able to see what primary directory. Because I have added you people into my primary directory. So here you should be able to see a primary directory. If it shows anything other than primary directory, let me know. I will help you. Okay, and okay, so this will ask for security. So I believe you should have. There are many ways to do this, but one of the popular way is you can just go and have install on your mobile device the Microsoft Authenticator app, or just follow, okay, whatever the thing it is asking you. So Sopan, If you have Microsoft Authenticator app, just verify yourself by using Microsoft Authenticator app. Other people can let me know. If people are new to it, just let me know. Yeah. So what you are getting unable to log in, Krishna? Are you provided me an email ID? Your email ID is there. Which is your email ID? KM, Where is that KM? Okay. So this is, just check this email ID. Is this correct? Then did you receive an invite? Krishna? Uh, if it is asking for, Microsoft email ID, can you just provide me the email ID, maybe Microsoft email ID, which is Outlook Live. But most of the time, your Gmail should also work. But in case it is not working, I don't have a time to, resolve that. So just provide me, your Microsoft ID. I will add that Microsoft ID. Okay. So I will allow only Krishna to share the screen. So let's see what Krishna is getting. So Krishna, can you just raise your hand, please? Yeah. Okay. Krishna, I will give you. Yeah, now you should be able to share your screen. Can you just do that, please? Share your screen and show us what you're getting. I will. I have given you a right. Sorry, Krishna has dropped. Don't be scared. Just be confident and. Okay, so I'll add other email ID which you guys has provided. So I'll just go and do this. So let me add the Chetan's email. Okay, and I'll maybe take this for another 5 to 10 minutes, and after that we'll start. Make sure you guys are able to log in. So I'll switch back to my primary directory and I'll add these users, the newly provided user, into my primary directory. So I'll just go and add these user as an external user. I'll add Hemant also. https portal.azure.com. Spelling is correct. And last person, I'll add the Krishna also. And you try whether you are able to log in or not. And if you're able to log in, please. Yeah, okay. I'll share my screen. Sorry for, thanks, Umakant. So I'll add Krishna also. Okay. So now just let me know, are you able to log in, and you should be able to see some kind of a lock screen. Yeah? So now I'll come back to that same diagram which we have drawn. You know? So I have added you people in my intra ID so that you are able to see portal.azure.com at least. But being the owner of that subscription, I do not have provided any access on my subscription. No, I have provided access, or I have added, I have not provided the access, I have added you people here in the intra ID. So there are actually two kinds of access. So whenever you want to provide an access on the intra ID, okay, I'll just make a note over here. There are two kinds of access you can provide. So on the intra ID, you can provide AD roles, Active Directory. So you need, or I can provide, AD role. So which is Active Directory roles. And another thing, you are having subscription. So you need the permission such as a reader, contributor, owner. So all those permission I will be giving through RBAC. RBAC stands for role-based role-based access control. So using a RBAC, I will be providing a role such as reader, contributor, lost everything. Sorry for this. I'll just type it once again. So on the intra ID, you have to have an AD roles, and on subscription, you have to have again a roles. Okay, that roles I will be giving it through RBAC. RBAC stands for role-based access control. And using that role-based access control, I will be giving you roles such as reader. Okay. Then the roles such as contributor. The roles such as owner. So I can be able to give these many roles, but there are several other roles also available. But as of now, I haven't provided you people any one of these roles. So hence you are not able to see my subscription, but you are able to see the portal.azure.com. You can see the Active Directory, what I have, having the primary directory you are currently logged into. You can see that. So in order to provide these role, I will be giving you a reader role only, because I can't afford you to give a contributor or owner role. Because if you start creating a resources, that will ultimately cost me, because everybody are going to use my subscription. So I will be providing you a reader role only. And for providing that reader role, let me just go to my subscription. So I will search for my subscription. So if I want, on my subscription to be permission given, I will be giving you people a permission on my subscription over here. Okay, but I don't want on my entire subscription, you to have a permission. Okay, so under a subscription, I will go and create a resource group. You can see this, a resource group. So we are going to create a resource group such as AZ-204 resource group. And on this AZ-204 resource group, I will be, providing you people an access. So once you're able to log in, you should be able to see AZ-204, if you're present in my Android. So I'll do that. So let me create a resource group. So I'll again go inside search box. I'll search for resource group. Okay, and there are already 2 resource group are present in my subscription. So you can look at this. This is my subscription, and there are 2 resource group are present. I will create one resource group for this patch, and I'll name that resource group as AZ-204 resource group. AZ-204 resource group. I'll create. Okay, I'll create the resource group. So once I create a resource group, you can refresh if it is not visible. This is taking a lot of time. So once you see this resource group, so can come inside this. And now I want you people to have the access on my resource group. So how will I provide the access on my resource group? By using a RBAC. RBAC stands for role-based authentication. So role-based access control. RBAC stands for role-based access control. So if I want to provide any kind of access, so I'll click on this access control IAM option. And what I want to do, I want to add a access role. Access role on which resource you want to add? Access role on AZ-204 resource. I want to add. So I will be adding a role, a new role assignment. Now, there are different kinds of a role available. Can you see this? There are many, many different kind of a role available based on your job level. You can just have a reader role, delete role, ACR delete, ACR image signature, or ACR push. All those roles are available depending on your job role. So the owner can be given you a particular role. I want to provide reader role so that everybody will have access to the reader, or everybody will have access to at least all the resources that I will create inside this resource group. So I'll say reader role. Now to whom? So I want to give a reader role, but to whom I want to give, so I have to specify all the users. So let me just specify all the users. So for example, Samuel. And so if I see all the users, I have to go and add them one by one. So it will become difficult for me to manage the permission, if I just go and permission, at individual user level. So I will not go and assign the permission at individual user level. So vis-a-vis, I will go and create one group in the intra ID. I will add the people inside that group, and I will add that group directly inside, this member. So let me create a group. So for creating a group, I'll go back to the intra ID. Okay. Here you can see group, 3 groups are present already. Let me create one more group. And this is acting as a security group. And so the name of that group is open group. And so this is the name of my group, open group. Okay. And I'll say create this open group. And by the way, who are going to be a member of this open group? So if I just look at where is that open group? So this is your open group. And I can add the member inside this open group. So I will add all the people that I have added. So I will add all those people. Okay. So for example, I'll add Samuel. Or we go to the user, Adarsha, Upati, Chetan. Chetan Gmail is not using, no? So I'll not add that. So all the people, I'll just go and add to my group. I don't want myself to be a part of that group. So I'll just skip myself. And I'll add all other user which I have created. So let me add all the user. So there are currently 18 people are present inside that group. So if I want to give all these 18 people a common role, so I will be adding, this group, in the case when we have reader role, I want to assign. So reader role, whom you want to assign? I want to assign to the open group. So by default, whoever be the part of an open group, they will get all that reader role. So I have set up this security group. Now I'll come back to that resource group once again. Which resource group? AZ-204 resource group. I'll come back. I'll open AZ-204 resource group. And I want to give a permission. I'll click on this access control. So using RBAC, I can give a permission. In order to add a permission, I'll click on this add role assignment. What role you want to assign? I want to assign a reader role. To whom you want to assign? Now this time I'm having no open group. So I will be assigning to open group. So open group, there are 18 people inside it. So I don't have to give it individual user level the permission. So as an administrator, it will become easier for me to handle the permissions properly. So I'll just go and add the group. So I don't want to add individual level. So I'll just search for that group name. So I've selected the group. And if I select a group, then later I can say review and assign. Now you're having a reader role on my subscription. So if you already log in, so requesting you to just log out once and log in once again. So once you do a re-login, you should be able to see just uh, open portal.azure.com on the browser and just provide your credential, and then you should be able to see uh, your subscription. So in that subscription, here in the search box, you can search for resource group, and you should be able to see this resource group. Okay, so confirm me, are you able to see this or not? Okay, there are few questions in the chat. I can see Umakant is having a question saying contributor role is can able to create a resource, can able to delete a resource. So contributor role I will provide to a normal contributor whom I can trust. So the person who is having a contributor role, that person is able to create a resource. That person is also able to delete the resource, able to modify the resource. But that person can't, give a access of that resource to the, next person. Yeah, okay. Robin can see, yeah, good. Robin can see that AZ-204 resource group, I believe. There are few discussion was happening. Okay, once you just log out and log in once again. You log out and log in once again, then you should be able to see. Hmm. Okay, and make sure once you log in, you're connected to the primary directory. If it is not connected to the primary directory, then I'll have to just go and click on my profile icon. So if it is connected to the default directory, because sometimes it may happen that once you log in, it will take you inside your default directory. So if it is logged into your default directory, just click on that, click on this profile icon, and then switch directory. And here you should be able to see one is default directory, which is your current directory, and primary directory. So switch to the primary directory. So after switching it to the primary directory, you should be able to see uh, the resource group, because I have created a resource over here in my subscription, and this subscription is attached to the primary directory. Yes, of course, Robin. Actually, that practice, usually people follows in the actual projects, because they will need to manage the different subscription at the different level, IT, HR, dev separately. Yes. What is directory? Directory is some kind of you know this primary directory is just the name of my directory, and directory you can consider as okay, the active directory only, the instance of active directory, but that primary directory is actually a tenant. Tenant, you can think of the instance of the active directory. So where you will be able to store the identities, the user identity and the application identity. Okay, so once you are able to log into the portal and you are able to see resource group, AZ-204 resource group, you should be able to see, because on this resource group, I have given you a permission, but other two resource group, you won't be able to see, because I haven't given you a permission on my subscription. Only on this resource group, I have given you a permission. Okay. You can see a subscription. If you search for a subscription, you can see a subscription. This subscription is visible. But if you see resource group, here you can see only one resource group. If you search for a virtual machine, VM, I have already created one virtual machine that is not the part of AZ-204 resource group, which is a part of my training resource group. So in the virtual machine, you won't be able to see anything. Got it? Yeah. So virtual machine is a kind of a machine only, which is created on the cloud. It's just similar to your machine which you are using currently for accessing this. So what you can go and do, you can purchase some hardware from the cloud vendor, okay, and you can create an virtual machine. So virtual machine is a resource from the cloud. In a simple word, you can understand that as a machine which is not physically present, but which is virtually present in the cloud. Hence, the name is virtual machine. So this machine, I can log in just like I log into my laptop. To this machine, I can log in. I can access this machine. Okay. So having this said, let us wait for a break because we have stretched a lot. And once we come back from a break, we will look at other topic and we will start with the app service. Okay, so I'll just start with the app service. Okay, and I'll start the discussion of app service. Okay, so we'll wait for a break right here. It's around 11:50. So we are going to take initially 20 minutes break, and we will take a lunch break somewhere around 1:30. Okay, so please mind it. We'll take a lunch break around 1:30. So let me start a timer in front of you so that you can also come to know when to come back. So we'll come back in 20 minutes. Thank you so much. We'll come back in 20 minutes. So see you at 20 minutes. All right, guys, we'll start. I hope you have come back. So can you give me a thumbs up if you're back from the break? Can I see thumbs up? Thank you. Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, Krishna. Ravi, thanks for part. Okay, so let us begin with the first thing we will see our app service. Okay, so before I introduce app service to you, let me tell you there are few kind of resources. For example, there are resources available such as that can be described as infrastructure as a service. There are some resources that can be described as platform as a service. So there are some resources which are described as infrastructure as a service. That is also called as a IaaS, platform as a service, PaaS, and software as a service, SaaS. So IaaS, infrastructure as a service, one of the very good example of an infrastructure as a service is virtual machine. So when I go and create a virtual machine, as I described, virtual machine is a machine created on cloud, machine created inside a cloud, so that machine we can access from our machine, from our laptop, and of course, for accessing a machine which is present remotely, which is present on the cloud, we should have an internet access. That's it. So once I have an internet access, I will be able to access the machine which is created on the cloud, and that machine is called as a virtual machine. Since it is not going to create it physically, it will be created virtually on the cloud. So that machine requires some kind of a physical infrastructure. So it will consist of some physical infrastructure, physical hard drive it requires, RAM it requires. It needs some kind of a networking. So it need to be connected to some kind of a network. It need some kind of a operating system, Windows operating system, Mac operating system, Linux operating system. It needs some kind of an operating system. And once I have an operating system, I can just go and install some kind of a middleware software, for example, .NET, Java, Python. I can just go and install, and once I have a .NET, Java, Python installed, I may go and deploy a respective kind of application on top of that software. Yeah. So it has requirement of following. So it need to have physical infrastructure, it need to have some kind of a network, need to have some kind of operating system, and on top of that operating system, I may go and install .NET, probably .NET Core or JDK or Python based on my requirement. And on top of this, I can just go and deploy a respective kind of application. So whatever application I'm having, I can just go and deploy. So out of this, so everything will be, everything will be in the machine. So this is your virtual machine. This is not present physically. This will be present virtually. Hence, the name is virtual machine. So out of this physical network, physical infrastructure, network, and so whatever be the underlying hardware requirement you are having, so which will be provided by whom? Which will be provided by the cloud. So in this case, Azure will provide you this. So as a user, I don't have to, go and provide physical infrastructure network, So this will be provided by us to whom? The Azure. And, it is our choice what operating system I need to have on top of that hardware. It is our choice, what kind of a software that I want to install on top of that hardware, and it is our choice, of course, what application I want to install, on top of that middleware hardware. Oh, sorry, middleware software. So this will be decided by whom? This will be decided by us. So user will take care of this. So whenever you go and make a machine, the required infrastructure will be provided by the cloud. Hence, it is named as, infrastructure as a service. Hence, virtual machine is one of the resource from the category infrastructure as a service. Why? Because the required infrastructure, to set up that machine will be provided by cloud. In this case, will be provided by Azure. So similar kind of infrastructure, similar kind of a service you're having in the AWS also, that is called as EC2. Okay. So this is one of the infrastructure as a service. Now, the good example of a platform as a service, there are many services which are come under platform as a service in Azure. So one of the service which we will see is an app service. So app service is a service from, is a resource from the platform as a service. So of course, app service will allow you to deploy an application. So for example, app service will allow you to deploy an application. So this is your app service you can think of. So what kind of application you want to deploy? So depending on your choice, so whether you want to deploy a .NET application, Java application, Python application, PHP, so that is based on your choice. Okay. So in this case, you will be providing the application code only. So this you will provide, you as a user, it is your responsibility to provide, the application code. So this will be provided by the user. Application code. And I will be deploying that application code over here, right here in the application service, app service. But that application needs underlying, middleware software. So if this application is .NET application, to run that .NET application, I need a .NET Core or .NET software. That .NET software need to be installed on Windows machine. Okay, and that operating system, should be deployed on the, any kind of a physical hardware. So who is going to provide that to you? So this will be provided by, app service plan. So this is your app service plan. So which is going to provide underlying hardware requirement will be taken care by with this app service plan. So again, it will have some sort of, you can think of some sort of physical infrastructure, some sort of network, some sort of, operating system, some sort of middleware software. So everything will be provided by whom? Provided by app service plan. I'll just take a few minutes. Infrastructure, then network, same way. The thing we have drawn, I'll just draw it for this also. Then on top of that, I need operating system. And on top of that, I need, based on my application, so if it is .NET application, I need .NET, so I'll just have code, .NET code. Okay, and you don't provide this. So everything will be provided by a cloud. That means everything will be provided by the Azure. So this includes the infrastructure as well as some other additional software also will be provided by whom? Will be provided by Azure. So this is your platform. You can treat this as your platform. So hence this will be, the app service will be acting as a one of the platform as a service. So who is going to provide this thing to you? Azure will take care. Azure will provide. Okay. So this is the underlying infrastructure for running my application. So now you can think of, on a single machine, can you run a multiple application? Yes, of course I can. So just like this, you can have one more app service, or rather few more app service, which are running under this app service plan. So this is your app service plan. So I can go and create app service plan, which will provide me a infrastructure to deploy an app service. Once I create app service plan, I can deploy a multiple app services on that app service plan. So over here, you can think of, this is another app service. This is one more app service. So this is the resource, is a platform as a service. Okay. So this is the resource is come from a platform as a service. So this is one of the resource which are from platform as a service. I'll just indicate this. Both these resources are from platform as a service. So let me just write like this. PaaS. Both of this as acting as a platform as a service. So we save this. And let me create our first app service, which will be acting as a platform as a service. So I'll search for app service in the search box. I'll search for app service. So can you see there is app service. And this will allow us to create a new app service. So let us create a new app service. So I will go and create a web app. So that is app service you're creating, web app. Okay. So now this will ask, so this app service or web app, you're storing in the which resource group? So my resource group should be the resource group I have created, AZ-204 RG. So that's the resource group I have created. Okay. So I've created AZ-204 resource group. That resource group part of this subscription. Okay. And what is the name of my resource group? Oh, sorry. What is the name of my resource, web app resource? So I will keep my some name. So suggest me any good name for web app, or I'll just have web portal, and I'll give today's date. So today's date is 39/09/25. Let's see whether it is available. Yeah, it is available. So I will just go with this web portal 39/09/25. So it should be unique URL. So ultimately you will get this www.webportal 39/09/25.azurewebsite.net. So this URL you are going to get, and with that URL, anybody, so in the world who are sitting any part of the, world, so they can access the, this URL if they are having access of internet, of course. And any code which you deploy, so whatever be the output of that code, you will be able to see it. So that output will be visible to everyone, who are trying to access this website. And this is going to be the URL. So https www.webportal130925.azurewebsite.net. Okay. So on that, what do you want to deploy? So do you want to deploy any kind of a code, or do you have a Docker images? So if you have a Docker images, you can choose what container. Otherwise, if you have a code, you can just go and choose a code. So I will deploy a code. What kind of a code I will deploy? So I can just have a choice of deploying a .NET. I can just go and deploy Java, Node, PHP, Python, all these code I can deploy. So let me just deploy a .NET code, and let me select a .NET 8. Okay. And I'll go with the Windows plan. So operating system, I'll choose Windows. In which region you want to keep this? So I'm okay with Canada Central. Okay. And this is the configuration for app service plan. So whatever be the name of web application you have given, that is for app service. And this is a configuration for app service plan. So when I go and create, so it will go and create two resources. One is app service and another is app service plan. So what is the name of your app service plan? So I can just go and choose the name of my app service plan. So let's use web app plan. So that's the name of my plan. So what the feature you want, so the more feature you want, the more money you have to pay. The less feature you want, the less money you have to pay. So there is lots of plans available. So based on feature requirement, based on hardware requirement, you can choose the appropriate plan. So let's explore all the plans which are available. And if I explore all the plan, so there are many plans. The popular plans are this. So for example, if I take a premium plan, so this will give me one CPU, virtual CPU, 4 GB of RAM, 250 GB of storage, and up to 30 instances I can scale. Okay. And this will cost me somewhere around 3,573 rupees. If I go and choose this free, so you don't have to pay anything. Okay, but it is having one downside. You can run this application 60 minutes per day, not beyond 60 minutes. So if you want to create, a free plan, you can just go and create. If you don't want to pay anything, then you can go and create a free plan. But I'll choose the premium plan. But other choices I'm having, like I can choose a standard plan. Okay. Isolated plan based on my requirement. So this is the hardware view you are getting. So if I just go the feature view, so you will get custom domain, auto scaling, daily backup, staging slot. So in the premium, we are having 20 slot are are able to create. So I'll just go and choose this premium plan. So this will cost me somewhere around 3,500 rupees approximately per month. So I'll choose this. I'll select this. Okay. And this is the name of my application. Oh, sorry. This is the name of my app service plan. And let me choose a review and create. So I'll just keep this everything else as default only. So ultimately, I'm creating the app service and app service plan inside this resource group. So once it is created, you should be also able to see that resources inside the resource group. There are few version difference. Chetan. If you look at there are few features might be added inside version 3. So I will create. I've created. I've clicked on the create button. So it is creating that resource. And once those resources are created, you should be also able to see them in the AZ-204 resource group, because on the AZ-204 resource group, you are having access. So you are having a read access on AZ-204 resource group. So you should be also able to see those resources under AZ-204 resource. So it will take 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes to complete the deployment. So I'll wait for the time to finish. Yeah. So now my app service is created. Can you see this? My app service is created. Now, if we go and everybody, let's go into the resource group. So let's search for resource group. In the search box, you can search for resource group. Under AZ-204 resource group, you go and we will see the two resources. One is app service plan and another is app service. Okay, and one more resource is additionally got created due to the monitoring app application insight. So this will help you to find out what is going on inside your application. So application insight is the resource, is a monitoring resource which will help you to find out what is currently happening inside your application. Okay, so let me go inside web app. So let's go inside this web app. So that will give you this kind of interface. So whether this web app is started already, I can stop it, but you can't do it because you are having a read access. So you won't be able to stop this. You won't be able to delete this. You won't be able to restart this. Though those options are visible, but you are unable to do that activity because you don't have appropriate rights. So you can see this is the URL for this web app, using which whatever be the application which is deployed on this, I can access that application. By the way, I can open that same page by clicking on this browse button also. So let's click on this browse button. So that should open another browser tab where you will be able to see this URL, https webportal.130925.azurewebsite.net. Okay, and this is the default page. I'm getting it. Got it? Now you can think or you can see this other things. So this web app using a app service plan. So this is the app service plan. Okay, this web app is deployed in the Canada Central. The region is Canada Central. Okay, and the subscription is this Visual Studio Enterprise subscription. Okay, so now I want to deploy my own code. I don't want to deploy this. So this is not what I want. So I want to deploy my own code. So I will go and deploy my own code. How will I deploy the own code? How to deploy my own code? So for that, can you see there are multiple options? I will discuss multiple ways in which you can deploy the application. So very first thing we will explore. Can you see this deployment tool? So if I click on this deployment tool, I should be able to see something called as app service editor. So let us click on this app service editor. And let me open that app service editor. Okay, so this will open on the browser itself, editor VS Code. And that will show you whatever be the page is currently deployed on that. Okay, and I can modify that page because I'm the owner of that application. I can modify. You can't because you are having a reader permission. So can you see this? This is the online editor. It has opened, and can you see this hosting start.html? So this is the HTML page which got deployed currently. So I would like to deploy some nice page. So for that, so I will get that nice page HTML page through the Copilot, or I can get it through the Chat GPT also. So I'll ask Chat GPT. Give me or so write a professional HTML page. So I'll just give this prompt. Okay, and let's see whether it is generating a nice looking HTML or not. So it is generating some sort of a HTML. Can you see this? This is the HTML page generated by a Copilot, and I'll just go and use that HTML page. So whatever be the Copilot has generated, I'll use that over here. So before that, I'll just show you. So if I just go and remove this, and if I say only H1, welcome to Azure. Okay, and learning app service. I'll just put that. So this code will be saved automatically. So I don't have to save it. So as soon as I do these changes, you can see the output. This was the earlier output. I can refresh the page. You can get that output. So you also able to see that same output on this page. I've given you this page. So you'll be also able to get the same output on this page. Okay, so you try it and confirm please whether you are able to get it the output or not. So you should also be able to get the same output. Just try and access it. You do not have a permission to do this thing as of now. You are having only the read permission. So now if I just go and take that Copilot code, so I'll just copy that everything which is generated by Copilot, and I'll just paste it over here. Okay, and that code is saved now. Now, if I just go and refresh this page, So this will give you nice looking website, which you can deploy in the few seconds also. Can you see this? So if you want to deploy this kind of application, you can deploy it in few seconds, few minutes. So your nice looking website will be visible over here like this. And this is not running locally. You can go and also access this, and confirm you are also able to see the same out. So I will just try and give some more prompt. So I am working as a trainer and conducts technical training on clouds, Java, JEE, etc. So help me to create my page, which I can help me to create my page using which I can tell my services to others. Create a single page, single HTML page. So that prompt I'm given to the Copilot, and let's see whether Copilot is giving me some data or not. So it is generating some information. Yeah, so it has generated that it's information. Let me copy this, and I will be pasting this right here inside this. So how I got this page? By clicking on the app service editor. Where is the app service editor? Under my app, web app, under deployment tools. Inside that, I will find app service editor. So when you open this page, it will open this way, and I will just go and paste the new code. Okay. And when I go and look at my page, I should be able to see, so whatever be the output of that particular page. So this is the personalized page that I have created, for myself. So to promote myself, or to promote my services to the others, so that other people can go and uh, contact me by looking at this particular page. So how I have deployed this? By using an app service. Where I have deployed this? On the Azure, so that everybody who are having access of internet, they will be able to access it using this URL. So I'll once again share this URL to you. You can just go and connect this URL and you can access it. So this way you can deploy your code. So this is clear to you. So you can deploy your code using an app service editor. So there are a lot of other ways in which you can deploy your code. Okay. So there are a lot of other ways in which you can deploy your code. I'll just go and note down some ways in which you can deploy your code. So let's see how many ways are available to deploy a code. The first one, by using an app service editor that we have seen. Okay. Second, by using an uh, VS Code or Visual Studio or any kind of a IDE, so I can make use of a VS Code or Visual Studio, or I can use Eclipse also to deploy, or any kind of IDE I can make use of. Any IDE I can use. So from that IDE, I can deploy a respective kind of application to the, to this web app. Third way, to deploy the application, I can just go and create a CI/CD pipeline, continuous integration and continuous deployment pipeline. So CI/CD pipeline you can go and create by using several ways. So using Azure DevOps, you can go and create in the Azure DevOps, you can go and create CI/CD pipeline. Second way, I'll mention using GitHub action. You can create a CI/CD pipeline. And both are capable of deploying your code to the Azure, deploying your code to the respective web app. So normally there are these many ways in which you can deploy your code. Okay, let me tell you one more way to deploy your code, and I can make use of a Git, which is local Git, to deploy the code. So I can go and make use of a local Git to deploy the code. Okay, so we'll try and explore all these things. Whatever I have listed down, so I'll show you a demo. Yes, we will see CI/CD also in this. Okay, so we will deploy the application first through local Git. After that, we will deploy the application using Visual Studio. After that, we will deploy the application either by using DevOps, Azure DevOps, or GitHub Action. So all these are the ways in which you can deploy the application in the Azure. So all these are the different deployment options are available. Okay, so we have seen how to deploy it, how to deploy an application by using an app service editor. But normally, you will not follow that. So normally, you will require some kind of editor or some kind of a CI/CD pipeline, using which you will be deploying your code. So the next deployment, I will like to do it through a local Git. So I want a local Git to be used for the deployment. So while doing that local Git deployment, I will introduce one more concept. Okay. And I will introduce a concept called as a deployment slot Okay. And there are different deployment patterns are available. So we will see one of the deployment pattern with the help of this exam. Okay. So by the way, just confirm please, is this clear to you how to deploy an application using app service editor from the portal which is available? Just give me a confirmation first. Then we will begin the deployment through the local Git. Yeah, thank you, Sopan, Chetan, other people. Yeah, thank you, Raja. Guys, hope you are listening to me. Yeah, okay, thank you. Now, very first thing, we will see the concept of a deployment slots. So what do you mean by deployment slot? So there is one deployment slot available for every application that we create, every web app that we create, and that deployment slot name is production slot. So if I just go and click on that deployment, you will be able to see that production slot. It is not visible, but it will be available. You can't see currently, but it will be available. So if I just go and create one more slot and I will create another slot, I will name that slot as a testing slot. Okay. So my name of the slot is going to be a testing slot. So that every slot you will create, that different slot will give you an option to deploy the code on that slot. So can you see that there is little difference in the URL web portal 130925 hyphen testing. So whatever application you are going to deploy it over here, so you will be able to access it by using this URL. Okay. And there is one production is always available. So I'm creating a testing slot. So you'll see both production as well as testing. Okay, so my slot creation is completed. So can you see this? So your production slot is available and your testing slot is available. Okay, and if I just go inside the testing slot, if I just click on this testing slot, okay, so you will see similar kind of options for this testing slot also. If I click on this browse button, okay, and over here, you're able to see the same default output. So this is the output I'm getting for the testing slot. So this is the testing URL. Okay, and this is my production URL where I'm having the code or our actual website is deployed. So this is where my end user are having access. Okay, and I have created another slot for testing it. So why do you use this testing slot? That is normally, sometimes called as a staging slot also. Okay, so why do you use that staging slot or testing slot? I'll tell you that. But look at this. These are the two different slot and two different URL. On this, your HTML page is deployed. On this, the default HTML page is deployed. Okay. So what we have done, when I create an web app, there is a default slot is available. Okay. The default slot name is production slot. And we have created one more slot, and we have named that slot as a testing slot. So these are two different environment. So this will get a different URL. This will get a different URL. This is give you an way to deploy and code, as well as this is also going to give you a way to deploy your code. So what I'm going to do is that, so from the local machine, so this is the local machine I'm using. Let's say this is my machine. So this is the machine. Then think like this is my laptop. So from the local laptop, local machine, I will connect using a Git, a local Git. I will connect to this testing application, and using local Git, I will be, pushing the code from my local machine to the testing slot. So what I want to do, whatever be the code available on the testing slot, there will be a different tester who will be accessing my application and testing the functionality, whether my functionality working properly or not. So there will be a tester who can access your application. So there are different tester who will access your application. So let's this thing. Okay. And once testing is complete, and once they found that whatever be the new feature you have deployed, which is appropriate, which is good to go into the production, so then you will get a go ahead from the tester. And once you get a go ahead from the tester, so you're going to take the code from the testing to the production. Okay, and in that process, whatever be the code available in the production, that you will get it in the testing. So that is normally called as swapping. So you're going to swipe the code present inside testing to production and production to testing. So this thing is called as swapping. So I'll just go and do a code swap. So I will swap the code which is available in the production slot into the testing and vice versa. Okay. And this is one of the deployment pattern. So you are having two slots. This is also called as blue-green deployment pattern. So this is one of the very popular deployment pattern whose name is blue-green deployment pattern. Okay. So currently your users might be accessing, so you may have different users who are connected to that application. So let's say there are different users who are connected to the application. So user are using what the browser to access. So this is your user one, user two, user three, and all they are accessing your application. So whatever be the output, you are going to get the code which is available in the production slot. If developer is working on some new feature, developer is going to complete that feature on the local machine, local development machine. Once they feel it is completed, they will go and deploy that new feature into the testing slot. They will not go and deploy that to directly to the production slot because it is quite risky, no? So what if the code which I have deployed in the production slot, due to that, my entire production is goes down? There is a risk. To minimize that risk, okay, there is a concept called as a deployment slot. So we have created another deployment slot called as testing. So whenever there is new change in the code, the developer is going to push that change inside the testing. Tester will go and test it properly, thoroughly. And once they found this code is good to go in a production, then somebody will do a swiping. And once you swipe the code, the testing code, which is the new feature code, will available over here. And whatever be the old production code, you will get it over here in the testing. And once it is available in the production, new code is available in the production, instantly user will be able to see that the new code. So there is literally a zero downtime. If you use this blue-green deployment pattern, there is a zero downtime. As per the Microsoft, there is no downtime, literally a zero downtime, you will get in the blue-green deployment. So one slot, so this slot normally called as a blue slot, and this slot is usually your green slot. Hence the name is blue-green deployment pattern. So you're going to do a new changes to the code. You will deploy. Tester will test it. Once testing is over, you can swipe, and user will be able to get that new output. Is that clear to you? What do you mean by blue-green deployment pattern? Is that clear? Just let me know. Are you there, guys? Just confirm, please. If you're there, I don't know how many people are there. Can you just confirm? I can't see you're giving me some kind of a reaction. Hello, am I audible to you? You'll have to check. Can you confirm, please? Am I audible to you? Hello? Shubh, anybody is there? Am I audible to you? Yeah, okay, okay. So Imtiaz, am I audible? Just write in the chat box. Okay, somebody is giving the. Okay. So this is your blue-green pattern. Blue-green deployment. And Now we will implement this now. So this is the thing which we are going to implement now. So let's see how to implement this. So for implementing, I have created one slot, and you can see this. There are two slots are available currently. This is a production slot, and this is the testing slot that I have created. Okay. Now I would like to add a new code to the testing slot. And how I would like to add that new code to the testing slot by using a Git, local Git. So I would like to set up a Git. So let me do that setup. So before the break, so we are having 20 minutes for a break. At 1:30 we'll wait for a break, as I said in the beginning only. So before that, we will set up our local Git. So I would like to connect to this testing slot. So I'm already connected to the testing. So I will connect to this testing slot from my local machine Git. So can you see there is something called as a deployment center. So we'll have to click on this deployment center. And this will allow you to configure the source of a deployment. So what I want to make use for deployment, I want to make use of a Git, local Git for the deployment. So I'll be making use of local Git for the deployment. Okay. And can you see this over here? So I'll select the credential that is necessary. I'll select a credential. I'll go with this username and I'll select some password. Okay. I'll type the password. Okay. So once I type the password, so this username, let me type my username also over here. Okay. And whatever password I have selected, I will use that ID password whenever I will push the code. So let me save it. Okay. And once you save this, if you come back to the deployment center, if you come back to the local Git, you should see some kind of a I should see some kind of a URL, Git URL. And using that Git URL, I will be taking it ahead. Let me do it once again. So I'm just saving this. So once I save this, I should get and Git URL. So this is a Git URL I will be making use. And this, let me just configure once again the username and a password. So I'll just go and type here a password. So I'll just type the password. I'll type the password and I'll make sure I'll save it. So once you save the username password, uh, this URL is provided. I'll take that URL. So this is the URL. I will come back here in my folder. So let me just go and create a workspace folder. Okay, and let me open a command line or command prompt in this folder. And if I say there is a command called as git clone. So why do we use git clone? So it will help us to clone a GitHub repository. So there is a repository, and this is the URL for that repository. And I'll be cloning that. So let's do that. So whatever be the name of the application, web portal 130925, that will be cloned. Okay, and of course, this will ask me username and the password. So I have this username. And I'll type the password. So once you enter the username password correct, then this will be cloned. But as of now, there is nothing. That's the reason we show you what you have cloned empty repository. So that's okay. So I will just go and add the code right here. So now my folder is present. This folder contains a Git. Let me open this folder in the VS Code. And inside this folder now, what I'll do, I will create one HTML file. So I'll just go and create index.html. So when I just go and create index.html, okay, what is the code do you want to publish? So I have already code. This was the code which we have generated last time using Copilot. So I'll just go and copy that code and I'll paste that code over here right here. And I can just go up. Okay. And I can just do a slight change so that I can understand. So some change, let's do it in the body so that it will be visible. Okay. Can you see this? So I would like to do the changes right here. Okay. So this is the website currently which is deployed on this URL. So I would like to add Java J2E microservice plus DevOps also. I would like to add. So over here, I will add a DevOps. So let's add that DevOps. After technical trainer, cloud, Java, J2E, and microservice. And after that, I'll add DevOps. So that's the change that I'm doing. Okay, so right here, after microservice, I will add DevOps. So whatever changes now you have done, You have done it locally, isn't it? So you have done that changes locally. Okay. So I would like to push that change inside the Azure, So what I want to do, whatever changes you have done on your local machine, you have done. So that changes using a Git. I will be pushing that changes over here so that I can go and test that change. As a tester, you will be able to test that change. You can see that changes over here, but till this time, your users unable to see that change. Once the testers go ahead for this new change, somebody will say swipe. And once you swipe, then after that, user will be able to see this. Because there will be a different URL for accessing, the production slot, who will have, user access or who normally access by the users, and you will have a different URL who will access, by the tester normally. Okay. So I'll just go and push that. So what is my name of the application? So this is the name of the application. So I can check. There is a modification you have done in the index.html. You have done slight modification. So I can check that by using git status. Just give me 1 minute. I'm getting an important call. I have to pick up that. Okay. So now, very first thing, I should go and make use of a command called as git add. So git add. So once you say git add, the next command you have to make use of a git commit. Okay, and once you do a commit, the next command is important, is git push. So git push, and what do you want to push? I want to push, where do you want to push basically? So I want to push it to origin. Okay, and what is my branch name? The branch name is main. So I'll have to rename that branch. So branch, I'll be renaming to master, because the master was the branch name which was present on the remote. So this is the branch name I have renamed. Okay, and let me just go and make use of a git push origin master. So when I just go and make use of a git push origin master, then whatever code change you have done locally, that will get deployed to the Azure. So you're kind of deploying the code change by using a git push command to the testing slot, because you are connected to the testing slot from the local. And once you see this uh, the testing slot code is deployed, then those who are having access of a testing slot, the URL of a testing slot, they will be able to access that testing output. So I will provide you the URL of a testing slot also. So let's see this. This is the URL for testing slot. So I'll give you this URL for testing, and side by side you can open it, the URL for production. Both thing you can open. So you can open the testing. So I'll open the testing. I'll open it in the browser. You can see this. This is the output of testing slot I'm getting. And if I just open side by side one more tab, and if I just go and specify the URL for production, and the only change is this. So this is the URL for production. So this URL normally your users will be accessing. This URL will be accessed by the tester. So the new feature testers can able to see currently, but the users are unable to see. Can you verify by browsing these two sites? So over here, DevOps, what I have added just now, it is visible in the testing slot, but it is not visible in the production slot. So production currently you are having this output. Okay. So once testers are happy, yes, so whatever code is developed by the developer, it is good to go into the production. They will go and go ahead. And once somebody gives a go ahead, somebody will come and swipe the slot. Can you see? There is swipe option available. So that option is available on the overview page, as well as you can see that swipe option under the deployment slot page also. So I can click on swipe button. So that will ask you, which two slot do you want to swipe? So I have this testing slot. So I want that to swipe with production slot, and vice versa. So production slot output will code will go here, and testing the code will come over here. So once I say start swiping, the swiping of the code between testing and production will start. And once this is completed, here, right here, you should be able to see the output. So this is your testing slot, and this is your production slot. So after that swiping is completed, production should see that DevOps. So whatever be the new feature that we have added, you will go and deploy it to the production this way when you do a swiping. So let's see whether this process is completed. No, this is still in progress. This is not yet completed. So once the swiping is completed, this is still in a progress. Yeah, it is completed now. Now you can just go and check. This is the output of a production. So if I see, refresh this. Okay, can you see this? DevOps will come here. And if you refresh this one, earlier DevOps was here. So you will see only till microservice. So this is your old production code. This is your new production. Okay, so and you are able to do it, okay, with this. Got it? Is that clear? Okay. Is that clear? Okay. So that's the point. We will wait for a break. Okay. And we are going to take a break of 1 hour. And once we come back from a break, you know, we will see other two options of deploying a code. You know. So we will see the deployment through the Visual Studio Code and as well as from a CI/CD. Okay. And once that is completed, we will conclude our session. So these two other things we will see post our lunch break. Okay. By the way, we have done so far this blue-green deployment. Okay, so I'll start a timer. I'll wait for a break and we will wait for 1 hour break. Okay, and once the timer is over, we will come back. We'll come back by 2:30.
Everyone, before leaving for break, please redeem your learning achievement badges and fill the feedback form. So request you to please redeem your learning achievement badges and fill the feedback form before leave for session. Or maybe when you come back, you can do it. Please do it.